Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILAShians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally
Nithyanandam Paramashivoham केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलम् अचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda, I offer my humble obeisance, my humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And I welcome each and every one of you who is joining with us from all over the world, from different time zones, from different languages. Each and every one of you who is joining us on all the different social media platforms as well, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and all of you who are joining us from the Kailasas across the world, the de facto spiritual embassies, including all of the Devalayas, the Annalayas, the Goshalas, Gurukuls, all of the celebrated Kailasians across the world who are joining us now for this PARASHAKTI AKASHIC reading program. Now, just a few hours ago, we were able to have the divine darshan of Devi Parashakti herself, just as she appeared to Swamiji 35 years back, when at the mere age of 10 years old. Now she is gracing through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself and allowing us to experience that same Advaita, that same Anubhuti, that same beautiful experience of oneness with the divine. And we were able to glimpse and offer our worship for the divine Leela of this very event in the life of the Avatar, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the darshan of Devi Parashakti at the mere age of 10 in the Unnamalayamman shrine of the Tiruvannamalai temple. And upon that event, after which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had carved the deity of Devi Parashakti, the standing figure of Bhuvaneshwari, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism still today worships that very deity, and it is a very Pushpa Samadhi of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serving as his own extension, his own, as an embodiment of his own superconscious energy, and will be worshipped for thousands of years to come as the divine, the deities that were worshipped personally by the Avatar himself of this day and age. Now, today, in this program, we're going to be entering into another beautiful aspect of the Parashakti Akashic readings. And we want to share with you some of the lessons learned, some of the divine sharings and heartfelt sharings of the devotees over the course of the last 6 to 7 months, as Devi Parashakti has been manifesting to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and caring, attending for each and every one of us. Attending to each and every one of us who are all over the world, and on a platform where we don't need to risk our lives by going out. We can sit at the comfort of our own homes, in our own living rooms, and be able to watch and have the darshan and literally invoke the divine in our own homes. And always Devi Parashakti answers our questions, guides us, protects us at this time, especially as millions of us are going through the toughest times, the most strenuous times. Devi Parashakti has manifested through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in order to give us a breakthrough, a super conscious breakthrough in our lives. And I'm sure that many of us, when we had an image of what's going to be the year of 2020, what it's going to have in store with us, and the decade of 2020, we had a completely different image in our head. Perhaps we imagined flying cars or being able to do space travel. Maybe we imagined different kinds of cutting edge technology and a much easier, relaxed life. And we didn't ever imagine the picture of 2020 that is today. And many of us have entirely lost hope that the future has a possibility for us to be able to continue on in our dreams, in our possibilities, in what we had as our ambition. And many of us are feeling stuck in many different areas of our lives, whether it comes to economy, relationships, our jobs, many of us being unemployed right now, even expanding our families, not thinking again and doubting whether it is the right time to expand our families, or even education. Many of us in the academic field are still in our academic careers are wondering how we're going to go about schooling and continuing our schooling, especially with a new virtual system, which is not quite the best way to address and teach the youth of today. And there's so many different kinds of problems that are growing up and very less avenues for solution. It is the supreme pontiff of Hinduism that at this time is offering a solution for each and every one of us. Through this Bhava Samadhi Darshan, Devi Parashakti is giving the Akashic reading and giving us solutions for so many of our problems. Now, in this program, we're going to be seeing some of the solutions brought to us caringly and lovingly by Devi Parashakti. Parashakti is the divine feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. And in Hinduism, she is worshipped as the source of all things, the embodiment of all energies, the source of energy, the source of all power. And she is the source of which billions and billions of universes have come out. That's why she's called the Brahmanda Yoni, meaning the cosmic womb. And it's from her that the Big Bangs and the black holes all come. And this is very clearly written in our scriptures. Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva, who is the primordial divinity of Hinduism. And the first and foremost relationship is the relationship with Mother. And our ability to learn, our ability to even relate with another person, it all starts with our mother. How to relate starts with Mother. And Mother is too important of a way to think of as life. In the Vedic tradition, our Vedic rishis, the ancient scientists of the inner world, were very well aware that your ability to connect with the Mother should be directed towards the cosmos. It should inspire you. It should inspire the awakened and higher consciousness to express through you. And connecting with life as the Mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful way to connect with life itself. And today, out of his extreme love and compassion, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, and delivering the most profound spiritual experience of Paramashivoham itself. And so what is Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan? What is the secrets behind Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan? Samadhi is meaning one with the source. Sama means oneness and Adi means source. And Bhava means attitude or aspect. So the Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through a certain aspect. And darshan is coming face to face with the cosmos. Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment that we behold the saint or enlightened being or avatar. And as just seeing the being can cleanse karmas of lifetimes and can create such a deep and lasting transformation inside of us, with tears pouring down your face and tears of bliss literally just pouring continuously, and your heart filled with the utmost gratitude, having come in close encounter with the very being whom you've been looking for thousands of births. Darshan is the most powerful superconscious vibration and celebration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continues to radiate light, and it becomes a moment that you are waiting for lifetimes. That is a moment of darshan for you. And divine cosmic beings are real. That is the first and most fundamental understanding that we need to understand and we need to cognize deeply behind the science of the Bhavasamadhi Darshan. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations. And divine cosmic beings manifest through Archavataras, or the deities, in temples, and through the Bhavasamadhi Darshans of the Nirjavataras, the incarnations. The Bhavasamadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatara manifesting Paramashiva, the consciousness, and it is the form where the formless, the being of Paramashiva, expresses through the Divya Sarira, the light body, and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form, the embodied form, for us to experience Paramashiva. And the Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. You can see the example here of the Archavatara Rajarajeshwari manifesting, and we are seeing also Devi Meenakshi. And the Archavatara reflects the consciousness and manifestation of the being of superconscious energy. But human beings, like you and me, are not mature enough to receive that higher level experience from the Archavatar directly. The avatar, or the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create the experience of superconscious energy inside of all of us. And the Bhavasamadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. This influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down the aging process and improves immunity to disease, as well as many other things. And during the darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of the conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform our lives. And the Bhavasamadhi Darshan is also known as a way that you can connect with the divine. It is a science that involves a phenomenon called the mirror neurons. And mirror neurons are a physiological happening inside of each and every one of us that allows us to, simply by the act of observing, be able to imitate exactly what we're seeing inside of us. And it can activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. So that means that the exact experience of superconsciousness happening in the avatar, perhaps thousands of miles away, is happening in you at that exact moment of darshan. And you can experience the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. And during this Parashakti Akashic reading, Devi Parashakti manifests what is known as the Akashic reading. The Akashic reading is not a prediction as you might think. It is a reading from the cosmic archives. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously, and only in the dimension of time does the past, present, and future actually come to form. But because the Akashic records are beyond the time-space, and they're stored in the Akasha, the space dimension, there is no past, no present, and no future. That is why everything that has happened, everything that is happening right now, and everything that will happen is already clearly recorded. Yes. So that was a quick introduction, a quick glimpse into what we're going to be experiencing and seeing today. And now, before we enter into the next segments of today's program, let us understand a brief glimpse into the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, without whom we would not be blessed to be able to interact the divine on this platform. Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva and recognized by his predecessors and the most influential spiritual beings of the 20th century from the very birth itself. And so the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the science of power manifestation, as well as yoga and temple-based universities as a lifestyle for the whole of humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived most ancient indigenous Hindu kingdoms. And among those, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is currently the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of the KAILASA Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam, which is one of the oldest Hindu papal states and monastic kingdoms. And after the coronation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had begun the revival of the religious activities as well as the social-spiritual activities in order to build and revive the Enlightenment ecosystem surrounding the Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple. And as well, in 1994, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as a successor of the Arunachala Sarvagna Pita by his Guru Parampara. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well founded the Nithyananda Sangha to revive Kailasa, the nation, internationally in 1999 on exactly the date, December 31st. You're seeing a couple of the photographs here of that period of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's life. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated, he had revived and founded the Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Pitam in 2002. Here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism consecrating, doing the Bhumi Puja of the land on which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has today built a sprawling city for enlightenment and a hub for the superconscious breakthrough of whole of humanity. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is declared as the successor of the Bhagyanagara Sripura Sarvagna Pitam at the age of 25 on the 4th of January 1st of January 2004. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam of the Surya Vamsa lineage from the 31st of December 2004. He's a reviver of the Adi Pallava Sarvagna Pitam from 2007. And the successor of the Kashi Sarvagna Pitam from 2008. And as well officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order, the youngest Mahamandaleshwar in 2013. And coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tanjavur Adinam in 2014, as well as the Tiruvarur Adinam and the Vedaranyam Adinam and the Panchanadikulam Adinam. Each of these 5 mutts or Adinams are ancient monastic kingdoms which had been sovereign states centuries back as they were established by Paramashiva himself. Yes, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharmamukti Spargapuram Adinam in 2015, and as well coronated as the successor of the Adipita Kulada Mutt in 2015 by Sri Shanti Veera Mahaswamigal. And as well elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders. In 2015, in an event called the Atirudra Mahayaga, where thousands of leaders had gathered together to unanimously declare the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Bhagwan, as the incarnation of Paramashiva, and declared also him as the hope to lead Hinduism and the next future generations and protect Hinduism for the future generations. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the most prolific and most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by more than 1 billion followers across the world, leading the world's greatest digital Hindu nation with more than 1 billion views and so many platforms across, so many channels across so many platforms, catering to the billions of Hindus across the world. And as well, the Supreme which are available at books.nithyananda.org and as well at nithyananda.org Nithyanandapedia.org. And yes, so 27 years of relentless humanitarian services, including the free food banks, the natural disaster relief services, the women empowerment initiatives, the peace and conflict resolution initiatives, and the sustainable Hindu practices through the international bodies and agencies. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored over 300 books and with 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. And you can download these books at books.nithyananda.org or nithyanandapedia.org, and you'll be able to have access to this spiritual mind, have a library of your own where you can access and find a solution for anything that you might be undergoing right now. And today, with over 20 million copies of these books and articles sold, read, and downloaded, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has reached out to as many people and continuously is reaching out through the spiritual knowledge from the ancient scriptures and mapped for the modern day user. And respected as the commentator of all the sacred scriptures, such as the Upanishad, the Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Ashtavakra Gita, and the Jain Sutras. And honored as a leader of Hinduism, the most awarded and internationally recognized Hindu leader with recognition from the United States Senate, as well as the United States House of Representatives, many government officials from so many different countries around the world, and with the sister city relationships with so many cities and governments around the world as well. And acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personalities by Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine, which is one of the most prominent spiritual magazines in the world. And the reviver of the sovereign order of KAILASA, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and the Hindu diaspora, who are working for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. And the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries. And also the establisher of 1,000 plus KAILASA Enlightenment ecosystems. And finally, the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvagnapedas. Now that brings us to a conclusion of the glimpse into the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. But before going into a break and going into the next segments of today's program, I'd like to invite each and every one of you to become a part of KAILASA, become an e-KAILASA. On social media.
Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashian. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. KAILASA, Enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. KAILASA's enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILAShians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in Enlightenment 9. We need to cater this Enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are. Because Enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers, and apologies for the technical difficulties for the last few minutes. And now that we are back, we want to share with each and every one of you, as we are celebrating the 45 years of the advent of the Avatar, we want to share a glimpse into the glorious past, year by year, the times, the beautiful memories that Swamiji has given us every single year, every single day of his happening on planet Earth. And here, as early as before 2010, when Before Kailasa itself had been recognized in so many different platforms, we're seeing how many millions of people, how many thousands had been gathering for the celebrations in Adi Kailash. Here we're seeing 2009, Swamiji being received by the biological mother of Swamiji, Swami Amma, in 2009 for the Jayanti celebrations. And the processions and celebrations that followed subsequently to the receiving of Swamiji. Every single year, Swamiji is received by thousands of people in the Adi Kailash, and from the quarters of Swamiji and until the temple, there will be a huge procession with thousands of people gathered, with so many of the roads completely blocked, and so many people just waiting to have the darshan on this very auspicious day of Jayanti. And you're seeing here the photographs of the various different celebrations, the rituals on the day of Jayanti, and all of the people who are celebrating, living around the avatar on this very day. Yes. So now we'll be seeing more and more of the photos from every year around this time. This is a time that we are able to celebrate with the avatar, celebrate his happening on planet Earth, that truly we are the blessed beings to be able to witness, to be able to be in the presence of the avatar and be a part of the grand Leela of the cosmos itself. This is December 23rd, 2010. Where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gracing and blessing all the people who have gathered from around India as well as from around the world. And every single day, Swamiji would give this Sarva Darshan, which you can see is happening here. And Pratyaksha Pada Puja is offered, and Swamiji gives the satsang in the morning on various different spiritual subjects. And the rituals for the Jayanti Brahmotsavam continue, as you can see here. In 2010, marked as the year that Swamiji did the Pancha Tapas for healing so many millions of souls. Here you can see the blessed marriages as well that Swamiji had blessed, and the couples that were blessed to be able to take their nuptial rituals in the presence of the avatar himself. So this very day on December 3rd was the day of couples, where Swamiji had blessed couples in 2010. In 2011, December 23rd, brings back the memories of Swamiji in the Vaidya Sarovar, in the Vaidya Sarovar being pulled in a float. Here you can see Swamiji beautifully being pulled in a float on the Vaidya Sarovar. And Swamiji at the banyan tree, which every year Swamiji does, every single day, going to the banyan tree and hugging the banyan tree is the first thing that Swamiji does every single morning. And of course, attending to all of the people, even through the beautiful offering called the Dial the Avatar. And all the participants of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja would receive the blessings on Dial the Avatar. And of course, giving us satsang and giving each and every one of us spiritual breakthrough with powerful cognitions of the avatar. December 23rd, 2013, here you can see Swamiji conducting an Ashramites meeting, and giving sacred guidance for all of the different ashramites, the sannyasis of the sovereign order of Kailasa, as in various different projects, as well as guidance for their spiritual path. And here you can see the morning satsang in 2013, as well as the alankarams for the Jayanti Brahmotsavam in 2013. December 23rd brings back memories of the Cambodia Inner Awakening. In Cambodia is such a beautiful time with mandala processes, with sacred pilgrimage to ancient Hindu temples, and spending time with the avatar, even as he was blowing bubbles in the middle of mandala process. And 2015, here you're seeing Swamiji receiving the sacred fire, as well as receiving the blessings after the Homa rituals during the Brahmotsavam. And the mandala processes conducted by the avatar here in 2015 in the in the Phuket program, Thailand. This 2016, December 23rd, is Jayanti Day of 2016. And here you can see Swamiji in the palanquin, Swamiji in the huge procession with so many different people who had so many lakhs of people who had flocked to the ashram in order to receive the blessings of Swamiji on this day. And as well, Swamiji here is receiving the special guests of Sri Rajiv Malhotraji and bestowing the Krama Brahmacharya initiation and giving releases, as well as having a panel with renowned Hindu authors and Hindu speakers and Hindu figures. And as well, releasing new releases on this day was the Manifesting Shakti's book. In 2017, in 2017, this was day 8 of the Mahasadashivoham program with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where thousands of people were attending this program in Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. And the initiation into the 25 states of consciousness. Here you can see the 1,000 people who had come to become a part of this super conscious awakening. And these are a couple of the glimpses from the December 23rd in 2019. Where Swamiji has given satsang and a part of the Jayanti celebrations as well, blessed all of the global Kailasas, as well as the Hindu diaspora across the world on the during the Jayanti Brahmotsavam in 2019.
So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshak. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support.
Yes. So now we're going to be seeing a very exciting proclamation from the former director of the President Office, Mr. Abraham Daye, former director of the Office of the President. Yes, this is the proclamation given to us. Whereas I convey my best wishes to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, the sovereign of the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa, recognized as the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and by his predecessors of enlightened masters and adepts. And whereas I thank the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, for reviving Hinduism as the 1008 Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of Atal Akada, coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada, and the youngest Mahamandaleshwar, ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tonde Mandalam Adinam, ordained as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Shamalapita Sarvigna Pitam, and ordained as the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam, and coronated as the 203rd Emperor of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajam. And whereas the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the 2008th incarnation of Paramashiva, the original author of the Science of Enlightenment, personifies the scriptural reference or the Shastra Pramana, the Srimad Karama Agama Purva Bhaga Patala 71. And whereas grateful for the hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for reviving Hinduism, the most ancient, most peaceful, still living and long-lasting demonstrable system that shows a possibility of peaceful coexistence amongst the people despite fundamental differences in their preferences and realities. Hinduism demonstrated as a living, enlightened civilization that global peace is achievable and sustainable. It begins with individual peace and awakening of innate powerfulness and powerful cognitions. Whereas I stand in solidarity with Hinduism, Hindus, and Hindu minorities who have endured untold multi-level, social, political, intellectual, religious, cultural, linguistic, economic, legal, and digital persecution. And this persecution has happened worldwide for the past several thousands of years and continues through the modern days. I congratulate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for his effort in getting the United Nations to recognize and acknowledge the persecution of Hindus and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to especially the use of violence against women and children of Kailasa community as a weapon in this persecution. And whereas the 1008 living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, stands as a unifying force for the 2 billion born and practicing Hindu diaspora worldwide, established the Hindu state Kailasa to protect, revive, and preserve Hindu and Hinduism from persecution around the world in over 100 countries. And whereas following the coronation to establish Kailasa worldwide at the age of 16, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been the face of unified Hindus and has been single-handedly and tirelessly inspired the dispossessed Hindu diaspora to reclaim their Hindu-centric freedom and stand unified against centuries-old Hindu genocide. And whereas resolute efforts towards recognizing and legitimizing Hindu genocide, which has been receiving scant consideration by global leaders and international bodies, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded KAILASA Uniting Nations. For the past 27 years, the international body has been responsible for building relations, bridging dialogues, inspiring leaders, uniting nations towards acknowledging the Hindu policies which are universal life positive as reference from the ancient text of Hinduism. This is the ahimsa, non-violent way of bringing acknowledgement to the horrors of Hindu genocide, the untold facts of the darkest act of mankind on earth, to the most contributing civilization, Kailasa. And whereas both historical and ongoing religious persecution and systematic violence in various forms, including assassination attempts on living incarnations, targeted elimination of Hindu pontiffs through biowar and lawfare, cyberbullying, Hindu phobia, forced conversions, documented massacres, demolitions, desecration and grabbing of worship temples and monasteries, looting of Hindu temple properties, destruction of Hindu educational institutions, elimination of well-known Hindu libraries, gross violation to the freedom of practice, the Hindu school of liberated thinking, Sankhya, Hindu schools of living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti, gross violations of the right to freedom of religion that includes violations of the right to life, personal Hindu integrity, or personal Hindu liberty, mass execution, rape, looting, and enslavement. And whereas I am gratefully indebted to the sovereign state of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the first nation of Hindus, with de facto spiritual embassies operating across over 100 countries and having presence across the globe as the largest spiritual knowledge source on Hinduism, Kailasa, revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, is spiritually governed with life-positive, all-inclusive, universal policies sourced from Hinduism. I thank and congratulate Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for having enriched and enriched more than 1 billion individuals over the past 27 years. As such, also have had this significant impact over the Republic of Mali. Therefore, I congratulate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the sovereign of the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa, and appreciate his contributions to Hinduism and the Republic of Mali. I, Ibrahimia Ndiaye, as the former director of the Intendants of the Presidency of the Republic of Mali, do proclaim on January 3rd, 2022, Incarnation Day of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Kailasa's SPH, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Day, thereby honoring the 44th celebrations of the revival of the sovereign state of the Sri Kailasa and the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization, the first nation of Hindus. And this is signed as well by this great leader. And now we're going to be moving into, yes, and this is signed as well by Ibrahim Ndiaye, former director of the Intendants of the Presidency of the Republic of Mali, City of Bamako, Republic of Mali. Yes, and with more and more countries recognizing Kailasa every single day, literally, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has brought so much of recognition for Kailasa and protection for the revival of the greater sciences of Hinduism. And up next, we're going to be seeing one of the greatest sacred sciences that has almost been lost entirely to the whole of humanity, the science of power manifestation. And we'll be joined by the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans, who will be guiding us through how we can manifest powers and demonstrating these powers for us after a quick break.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is KAILASA.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanyapitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILASIans.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual.
Nithyanandam, we welcome you all back on this auspicious day 6 of the Nithyanandotsam celebrations.
We had such an auspicious darshan of Devi Parashakti through Swamiji. All of us had just witnessed it just a few hours before. We all had seen how beautifully the avatar played the Leela of having Parashakti darshan at the age of 10, and so amazingly gave us all the experience. What he experienced at the age of 10, he has shared with the world, and today millions are experiencing that same experience through Swamiji himself. And today, we are going to be celebrating the day 6 of the Nithyanandotsavam celebrations. We welcome each and every one of you that are joining us today. And in the evening, we are going to be having grand celebrations happening in the temple. And we're going to be sharing with you many more details on what is the theme of the day and what are the amazing things that are going to be coming up. And now, this is a segment where we are going to be demonstrating a unique and a very sacred revival of Swamiji, the power manifestation. Paramashiva says that each and every human body is hardwired to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis. And Swamiji has made it possible today for all the human beings to manifest this, not as some magic, not as some
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA.
Yes, so sorry for the technical glitch. Now, let us all understand
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyananda, we welcome you all back. We really apologize for the technical glitch. Hope all of you are able to see us and hear us clearer now. So, what we were sharing, these 463 extraordinary Shaktis manifest from the cognition. You are divine and you need to just manifest it. Not that you're a man and you need to reach divine. This forms as a fundamental difference between the two. Shaktis and Siddhis. You might be very familiar with this word, Siddhis. So, Shaktis are the powers that manifest in you through an initiation from the avatar. Because of high integrity with the Guru or deep feeling connection with the Guru. When you receive the Diksha and what starts manifesting in you because of the Diksha that you receive, it's called as Shakti. On the other hand, because of your penance, your tapas, what you start manifesting are called as Siddhis. Shaktis manifest from the space of enlightenment. Siddhis manifest in the path of enlightenment. Shaktis manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way. Siddhis are temporary and they may divert you from enlightenment, whereas Shaktis are permanent. And today, whatever we are going to be manifesting and whatever you're going to be experiencing are Shaktis, because these are manifesting not because of our tapas or our penance, but because of the Diksha that we have received from our Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Now, let us understand who is the source of Shaktis. Paramashiva, the supreme godhead of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the primordial divinity of Hinduism, is the ultimate reality cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, and ever-changing, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As a fundamental base, Paramashiva exists in his avyakta, the unmanifest state, and he manifests in his vyakta component, the manifest form, as Paramashiva, the supreme godhead sitting with 25 heads and 75 eyes, ruling the whole universe, doing the Panchakritya, the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities.
So I'm just seeing a comment from Vikrant Wag. Do we have body scan session today? You're asking, Maya? Yes, of course we have. And now we are just doing an introduction to all the people that are tuning in newly. So right after this is over, we are going to be demonstrating that power. So in case you want a body scan, do stay tuned and you can put your consent on the chat so that you would like to have a body scan.
Today, Paramashiva himself is walking the planet Earth in his 1008th incarnation as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Maha Sannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and reviving the KAILASA, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization and nation, and through that, gifting these sacred sciences to humanity for the benefit of all. Swamiji is making this science of Sanatana Hindu Dharma available, accessible, and most practically applicable for the modern day human beings, and transmitting this science to the world at a record-breaking and never accomplished before pace. Now let us see how has this science been passed down from time immemorial. Paramashiva, the source of these Shaktis, passed it on through the Guru Shishya Parampara, the master-disciple lineage. And Swamiji, the very incarnation of Paramashiva, was birthed as a result of the penance of various enlightened beings and various Siddha Purushas, yogis, Brahma yogis, sannyasis, and various Siddhas, superconscious mutants who knew the science of incarnation as per Hinduism. Each of them were blessed to play the role of Guru in the life of the avatar. They all did the penance to birth Swamiji on planet Earth in order for humanity to receive these great sciences. Swamiji was birthed in various disciplines such as Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic sciences, and Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. Today, Swamiji has made these sciences available to the humanity, giving us all an experience of these authentic sciences. So how do we receive these Shaktis? Every ultimate truth, every powerful cognition, the jnana, when it is mapped into our prajna, our individual consciousness, they manifest as possibility and power of every being. They manifest as prajnana. These sciences are passed through the Diksha, where Swamiji maps the knowledge, the jnana, into our prajna to awaken and manifest as prajnana. And these sciences of power manifestation is authenticated through 4 aspects of evidences or pramanas.
This is a very unique thing that Swamiji has done, and which authenticates and brings this legitimacy how authentic Sanatana Hindu Dharma is. Every science that Swamiji is reviving, Swamiji has authenticated them to these 4 aspects of evidences: Shastra Pramanas, Apta Pramanas, Atma Pramana, and Sakshi Pramana, and Pratyaksha Pramana. The Shastra Pramana, or the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. This shows how it is a time-tested science. The next is the Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana are the experiences and results of Aptas and authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis, the Vedic scientists who have manifested these sciences, experimented and manifested these sciences. The next is the Atma Pramana. Atma Pramana, or the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. And Pratyaksha Pramana are the empirical evidences from the observation of scientific experimentation. So through all these 4 aspects of evidences, Swamiji has established the authenticity of each of these sciences, how scientific each of these revelations are. So beautifully Swamiji explains how these Vedagamas are applied science. It is a living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus. The pure science that ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where this applied technology, the applied science is expanded. So Vedas and Vedagamas are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashivoham, and they are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from these Shastra, also scriptures, is called as Shastra Pramana.
Now, without further delay, let us see an extraordinary manifestation of one such power out of the 463 powers that Swamiji is gifting to the humanity. Today, we will see about the power of body scanning. In today's power, in the power of body scanning that we are going to manifest, we will be manifesting where we will be connecting with Swamiji in our inner space. And from that space of oneness, we will be seeing and scanning any issues that you're suffering with. It can be minor pains and aches, or some stomach issues, or something as big as diabetes, or any diseases even medically diagnosed that you are suffering with. We will be able to scan and see, and you can verify it for us. And if once you're able to verify and you're able to relate to it, we'll also be able to share the solutions that we see for it to the third eye. And this is it's a manifestation of an extraordinary science. So this is not an equivalent or an alternative or a substitute to any kind of medical diagnosis or a doctor's treatment whatsoever. This is a pure manifestation of consciousness which happens as a result of the space of oneness. So this is as power which manifests. So we strongly advise and highly encourage each and every one of you, whatever we share and suggest to the third eye, please do take your doctor's advice, take a medical opinion before applying them in your lives.
So now let's see the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for this science. Very beautifully in Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Paramashiva says, Swadehe jagato bhapi sukshma sukshma tarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyatvante vyajyate para.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. The next is the Apta Pramana, the reference for the power of body scanning from the life of Agastya Maharishi, one of the greatest rishis, one of the Saptarishi. And in that time of just a few hundred years ago, these sciences were available and accessible to the common mass because of enlightened masters and Siddha Purushas who lived. Agastya was one such great Maharishi, and once a person went to him suffering from a head infection, and he scans. Agastya does the body scanning and reveals that there's a theray, a small type of a frog, which actually enters through his ear and is sitting in his brain, which is causing the severe infection. And the man who is suffering asked for a solution, after which Agastya immediately instructs one of his disciples to perform an open head surgery. The disciple performs the open head surgery. Understand, this happened thousands of years ago, the discovery of modern science. So these advanced medical practices were available and accessible to the common mass in that time. And that man was completely cured of the headache. Thus, the disciple gains the name Thereya. So the next is Atma Pramana account, an excerpt from Swamiji's very own life, where Swamiji himself time tested and authenticated the science by manifesting and showing it to the humanity. This is a very beautiful happening where Swamiji showed to humanity what it means to be beyond pain and suffering, exhibiting one of the attributes of the avatar called Shushadha. Swamiji had a multiple compound hand fracture, and Swamiji was forced to go to surgery and therefore medical checkups related to that. During that whole time, Swamiji manifested the power of body scanning. Swamiji was able to diagnose what exactly was happening in the body and tell the doctors. Swamiji had absolutely no pain whatsoever. You all can actually see the clipping that we are playing here right before all of you, where Swamiji is completely normal. It was a severe, usually someone with this condition is left like they cannot talk, they will be like unconscious, they'll not be able to bear the pain. And here you all can see Swamiji assuring everyone not to worry, and Swamiji has no pain or anything that is expressing. And not just Swamiji had no pain, but Swamiji was continuously manifesting the power of body scanning and guiding, telling what exactly is happening in each moment, and delivering the profound truths of how to live, what it means to live a life beyond pain and suffering to the fortunate disciples around. So this is just one of the thousands of examples from the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The next is the Sakshi Pramana, where many people are experiencing, where many people are manifesting these extraordinary sciences in our lives, in their lives. And today we're all going to be seeing the live Sakshi Pramana. Yes, we have many people who have commented. Vikrant Va Aya, and who is requested for a body scanning. Sure, Aya. Yes, Vikrantaya, I will be manifesting the power of body scanning with you, and anyone else that would like to have your body scan, you can request us in the comment section. We will manifest this power with you.
To the Vikrant work, you can at least stay tuned, and you can see. Actually, before we even start the scan, you can post it. By any chance, any of us even know about your body or any diseases that we know? If not, then you can put that in the comment section, and you can also acknowledge in the comment section that whether we have even known you earlier or not. So all these would show the authenticity of the science, because except for the name over here, which is there in the YouTube comments, we do not know about you. We have no idea about who you are, right? So sitting miles away, we don't know your location. You might be somewhere and we are somewhere. And just through this power that Swamiji has given, where using the power of third eye, we can connect and see what is the issue happening in our body, and to be able to tell what an amazing, amazing breakthrough, superconscious breakthrough Swamiji is giving for the whole humanity. Very beautifully, Swamiji explains how amoeba to fish was a physical breakthrough, fish to monkey was physical and a mental breakthrough. Monkey to human was physical, mental, and a conscious breakthrough. But after that, the next breakthrough, the superconscious breakthrough, has not happened yet. And we're stuck like this for so many years, millions of years. So now something has happened to take us all from this to the next level, superconscious breakthrough, and make us all from human beings to superconscious beings. So this power manifestation is just one small step to what an amazing revival that Swamiji is doing. And now here we are right now, where we have a viewer, Vikrant, who has asked for a body scanning, and except for his name, we have no idea anything about Aya. And we have Manitendra, who is using this power that Swamiji has initiated us into, this power of third eye, through which we can do the body scanning. And she's going to be sharing what is there in Aya's body as a problem after scanning to the third eye.
Yeah, actually, Vikrant, I remember actually we had a body scanning before, and which very recently happened. One thing I'm seeing is this time you're having gastritis, you're having a lot of gas in your stomach, and you're also having some breathing difficulties, like suffocation in your breathing. Mainly, another thing that I saw is there's you take some Ayurvedic medicines or some medicines which is not which is not antibiotics. So I'm saying that you take some Ayurvedic medicines or some medicines which are impacting, which is creating a lot of gas in your stomach, and which is causing a lot of acidity and gas in your system, which you need to really attend to. And I'm seeing that you have changed the cycle, like your body is adjusting to different cycle or different way of medications that you are taking. And mainly I'm seeing that your stomach and your eyes both are having impact due to the heat and the gas that these are causing in you. And I'm also seeing you have suffocation in your breathing. There is actually what I'm seeing is there's a slight swelling that is happening in your nasal passage, just right here, and which causes, especially if you see whenever it is little cold, you'll feel so difficult to breathe. When the weather is cold, you'll feel so suffocated in breathing because it will become more constricted, like it will get more thicker. So that's what I saw. And I saw that you have to do a lot of steam inhalation, steaming, and you have to drink lot warm water throughout the day. So you can just boil jeera with water, keep consuming that. And you have to clear the gastritis issue that is happening in your system. You have to drink ginger water with jeera boiled, just 1 glass and 1 to 2 glasses every day. Yeah. And you should consume lot of water with jeera to hydrate your system, which will be warm. And also you need to do yoga. I saw that your body really needs yoga to align to its health. You need to do the whole Pratama Vinyasakrama at least 2 times a day for your body to restore its health and for it to repair itself. So this is the main thing that I saw. And Vikrant Vaya, you can share with us if you're able to relate to it. Vikrant Vaya, this is what I was able to say, and you can acknowledge and you can confirm to us if you're able to, if you got the body scanning and if you're able to relate to it and if you understood. As Aya is getting back to us in the comment section, now since in the interest of time, we'll be moving further to the next segments of our program. And we thank all the viewers who are tuned in with us today. And every day at around 2:30 to 3:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time, we'll be having the manifestation of these extraordinary Shaktis. So you all can join. You can request for the body scanning or any power that we are manifesting. You can experience all of these, and each and every one of you that are watching us, you too can manifest these powers. Swamiji has gifted this science to the whole of humanity, and Swamiji is making this science accessible to each and every one of you. This power manifestation session is being conducted by trained acharyas every day at the end of our program, so you can watch it to manifest these powers yourself. And Vikrant Vaya is putting, okay ma, most of it is correct. Yes, Aya, and please also attend to the gastritis issue, and even that the breathing, the suffocation in your breathing that you have. It's not like asthma type, but that suffocation in the breathing, attend to, so you can have the complete healing. So we thank you all for tuning in. Stay tuned with us. We'll be right back in the next segment.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is KAILASA.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILAShians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch.
Nithyananda, welcome back. And I hope that everyone who wanted a body scan in the last segment was able to receive a body scan. It's always very beautiful to see how people are receiving that, receiving the body scans, or actually finding really remarkable solutions for something that they might have undergone for years, and something even that they would not have gotten in any other source. These spiritual solutions are what Swamiji wants to bring to the whole world. And for each and every one of our YouTube viewers, this is a way that you can enrich yourself with the spiritual solutions and solutions from the Hindu scriptures, from just the oneness experience of a initiated disciple of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And if you have missed a body scan, you can always come back at the same time tomorrow for a body scan if you'd like to request for a body scan. And once again, there's no need for you to ask or tell any of your ailments or anything like that. You don't have to reveal anything. We will scan and we will say, and then you can tell if it is correct or not, and we'll also be able to scan for the spiritual solution as well. So now let us enter into the next segment of today's program. And before we are going to understand the revelation that Devi Parashakti has given each and every one of us, let's have a brief introduction to who is Devi. What are the principles that she embodies? How is she the mother of the whole cosmos? And what's the best way to receive her? Now, let us invoke the divine presence of Devi Parashakti with the Shastra Pramana, the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka, which is a very powerful invocational verse of Devi Parashakti. Sindhuraruna vigraham trinayanamanikkya maulispurat taranayaka shekaram smitamuki mapina vakshoruham Panibhyam alipurna ratna chashakam raktotpala bibratim samyam ratna gatastaratna charanam dhyayet paramambikam. The meaning of this verse says the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in vermilion red body, with triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. The next verse, the Dhyana Shloka. Arunam karuna tarangitakshim dhrutapashankusha pushpagana chapam animadibhiravrutam mayuke rahmityeva vibhavaye bhavani. Yes, and the meaning of this verse says, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion, and she holds the noose, the bow, the goad, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anama for rays, and she is the self within me. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. And she is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are in right now, and what all of us are going to merge. Devi Parashakti has, out of her extreme love and compassion, manifested through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Nijavatara, and is gracing us, answering all of our prayers and questions, giving us boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Now, as she is manifesting through Swamiji, through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Devi Parashakti has revealed the most profound verses and eloquent statements of how she had come to be, how she came to be in existence in the most poetic way that we can even fathom. And I'll now be just reading out what Devi Parashakti had said in a brief introduction of herself, a grand and glorious introduction of herself. She says, raising as Omkara, expressing as the Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in the 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is Kailasa Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manoanmani Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, I took the Nijavatara here to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramoli, Rapala, Aparana, Uma Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraj Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing, listen, people, to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. Raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, the powers of existence, the expression of existence from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana Shakti, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as the five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras, filled as the Gotras of seven Rishis, expanding as the eight directions, existing as nine Grahas, blossoming as the 10 Indriyas, being as the 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life and to tell and make truth blossom, and to do good. Parashodasi Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. Now, how can we receive Devi Parashakti in the best way possible? Swamiji gives us the answer. Literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, and 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen, and watch Devi. The coin is considered to be the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest value in the Hindu tradition. In India, it can even be 1 paise. In USA, it can even be a cent. I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. And then offer that to Devi. After darshan is over, do the namaskaram and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut, and take it as prasadam immediately. Collect the coins and send it to the LA temple. And this betel leaf, the betel nut, may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break the monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. Yes. So here are a couple of examples of what you can take and use to offer. The tambulam, the 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, betel nut, and betel and 1 coin. So you can see a couple of examples, and you can see how it is traditionally set up. It's offered in a plate. The coconut, the red bangles, the red bastam, as well as the flowers are all optional items that you don't need to have. The betel nut, the betel leaf, and the banana, and the coin is necessary, but those other items are optional. But as an offering of our sweet gratitude and our love for Devi Parashakti, we can simply offer these in a beautiful gesture. So now that we have a understanding of who is Devi Parashakti, how she is manifested, and how she is literally manifested this whole universe as told in her own words. Now we're entering into the next segment of today's program, which is understanding the AKASHIC readings from Devi Parashakti. As we have, over the course of the last few months, been having the continuous darshan of Devi Parashakti, Devi Parashakti has been guiding us continuously, not only at an individual level, but also humanity as a whole, and different sections of humanity, especially for each and every one of us Hindus. Devi Parashakti on the 31st of May 2021, earlier this year, had given each and every one of the 2 billion Hindus all over the world, all of us, a very, very strong and powerful message. Before we move on, let us now see that message and imbibe from Devi Parashakti directly.
நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள் உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனிதப் பிறவி. அந்த மனிதப் பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர்க்கு பிறந்திடும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம், மனித பிறவி உத்தமம், சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு. அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால்தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பூமிக்கு வந்தபின் மனம் மயங்கி மதிமயங்கி சனாதன தர்மம் காக்க மறந்ததனால் மாயை அவர்கள் உயிரை பறிக்கின்றாள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மத்தை காப்போம் என்று உறுதி எடுத்தவர்க்கே சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம் அளிக்கின்றேன் யான். உடல் பெற்ற பிறகு ஊழிப் பெருவலியால் ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது, உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் அசுரர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை எடுக்கின்றார். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும், எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன ஹிந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்களுக்கு இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தமோத்தம மனித ஜனனம். உங்கள் உரிமை உலகில் அதிகம், உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தாலே கடமை, தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உத்தமோத்தம பிறவியான சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்வின் முதற்கடமை தர்மம் காத்தல். தர்மம் காக்க தர்மம் உங்களை காக்கும். சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்திட்டால் வாழும் உரிமையை நீங்கள் இழந்து விடுகின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்தென்ன அழிந்தென்ன? பூமிக்கு பாரம் குறையட்டும் என்று அசுரர்களும் ராட்சதர்களும் உங்களை உண்டு தீர்க்கின்றார்கள். அதையும் மாயை கண்டு சும்மாவிருப்பாள். பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியத்தை, பிறவியின் ரகசியத்தை உலகிற்கெல்லாம் உத்தரமாய்ச் சொல்லிவிட்டேன். புரிந்து வாழ்வில் நடந்து உயிரை பத்திரமாய் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்னை சொல்லும் அருள் சத்தியம் இது. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Yes. Now let us see Devi's powerful and strong message for each and every one of us Hindus mapped into English. Devi Parashakti had revealed, listen, Andhajam, Yonijam, Jalajam, Bijam. Like this in 4 types of births, in 840,000 yonis, in all these births, the most greatest birth of them all is human birth. And even in that human birth, being born and toiled many times, even after getting burned and toiled in politics, in finance, in luxuries, in dharma, artha, and kama, and those who decide of not wanting this birth, wanting only moksha, only those will have the Hindu Dharma Yonijam, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam of being born to Hindu parents. Human birth is Uttamam, best, but Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth is Uttamottama, best of the best. Everyone who took this Uttamottama birth has a responsibility of protecting the science of living enlightenment in Sanatana Dharma. And also they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their commitment given by them to do this responsibility. After coming to the Bhuloka by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the Dharma of protecting Sanatana Dharma, Maya, she is taking away all their soul. Understand carefully, I am giving Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam only for those who gave the commitment of protecting Sanatana Dharma, even by giving their life. After getting the body, because of painful deluge, not dropping fear and greed, for those who forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them to the list of those who are not worthy of living. Therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their lives. Understand properly, for those who stand that even by giving their life they will protect Dharma, will permanently have Veera Swarga and Kailasa Padavi. Therefore, for any reason, people who forget to protect Dharma, having the Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, there is no other way for them. Sanatana Hindu Dharma, human birth, is Uttamottama human birth. Your rights in this world are immense. Also, your responsibility in this world is large. Protecting Dharma is responsibility. And Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is Uttamottama human birth. Those who do not protect Dharma, they do not have the right to live. Understand properly, all those who took the Uttamottama birth, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, all of you understand. The first responsibility of your life is protecting Dharma. If you protect Dharma, Dharma will protect you. If you forget to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living. And after that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you, so that the burden on earth is reduced. Seeing that Maya, she will be quiet. This was a strong and powerful message for each and every one of us Hindus who are proud to be Hindu, who know that we are Hindu, that are born Hindus, who are enjoying the Hindu lifestyle. Hinduism represents the world's most ancient yet progressive indigenous spiritual tradition. It is an open framework model of a civilization that stands for global peace, vegetarianism, nonviolence, yoga, worship of nature, temple-based living, manifesting spiritual powers, and the inherent divinity of every living being. And Hinduism also has gifted the planet Earth with the greatest enlightened beings. The Hindu nations were ecosystems where more and more enlightened beings could be produced, so that the enlightened civilization could be kept alive with its great gifts, shared with the world continuously, eternally. The contributions of Sanatana Hindu Dharma are so immense, and it all stems back to our ancient Hindu civilization. Now we're going to see a couple of references of Hindu nations from Hindu scriptures. The Hindu scriptures describe the great Hindu kingdoms, and our Puranas, like the Ramayana and Mahabharata, have written in detailed description how people lived at that time. In fact, in describing the Ramarajya, Rishi Valmiki has described that there were no widows to lament, nor were there any danger from wild animals, nor any fear born of diseases. The world was bereft of thieves and robberies. No one felt worthless, nor did old people perform obsequies concerning youngsters. Every creature felt pleased. Everyone was intent on virtue. Turning their eyes towards Rama alone, creatures did not kill one another. That is the Hindu nation ruled by Bhagwan Rama. And in the Valmiki Ramayana, it continues to describe people survived for thousands of years with thousands of their progeny, all free from illness and grief. The trees were bearing flowers and fruits regularly without any injury by pests and insects. The clouds were raining in time, and the wind was delightful to touch. Every caste was performing their duties, satisfied with their own work and bereft of any greed. People were intent on virtue and lived without telling lies. All people were endowed with excelled characteristics, and all were engaged in virtue. Another example of the greatness of the Hindu civilization is the descriptions of the Hastinapur kingdom ruled by Yudhishthira from the Srimad Mahabharata, the Ashwamedhika Parva, the chapter 15, where it says, Devas granted rains to fulfill all wants. The world became free of all disease. There was no hunger or thirst anywhere. There was no mental suffering. Those who without livelihood were given livelihood. There was abundance all around. There were no worldly worries left for anyone, and there was no cause to fear either. Happiness Happiness on earth was in fact even greater than it was in the heavens. What a beautiful quote. And in this description, it really shares with us how the utopia that we have all dreamed of really existed. And this is not a mythological description of a fairy tale kingdom. This is something that was real. This is something that existed, and we have evidence of that. There's so much of evidence. And you cannot deny 5,000 years of a great civilization standing and bearing the worst kinds of persecution, and even today being one of the most successful religious groups in the world because of the amount of work and sacrifice our ancestors have done, the Guru Parampara has done in order for the Hindu nations to survive, for Hinduism to survive until today. Hinduism had and has contributed to the world in every single field, including, of course, enlightenment, health, medicine, art, science, technology, aviation, dance and music, clothes and jewelry, even the social system, the judicial system, the political system, and the legal system. All of these are just different examples, a handful of the greatness of the fields that the Hindu scriptures, the Hindu lifestyle have contributed to and have shaped our consciousness today. But unfortunately today, how Hinduism is looked as one of the most impoverished and victimized religions, and across the world, in places that were once Hindu kingdoms, the Hindu population is diminishing and dying nearly to extinction. And in so many different places across the world, Hindus are still being attacked physically, brutally, and Hindu sentiments being rampaged, literally being trampled on by mainstream media narratives. And the brunt of this attack is all going towards the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And yet the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has brought forward the untold story of the Hindu Holocaust in order to tell the truth to the world of what we Hindus have been through and why we need a Hindu nation to ensure that Hinduism is protected and that we are each and every one able to enjoy Hinduism as far for thousands of years more. Now, in the next few slides more, we're going to be understanding the various different stages of the destruction of the Hindu civilization, the Hindu Holocaust. The phase one was the Islamic invasion, and one of the writers has described how the legal advisor of Alauddin Khilji, an emperor in the Mughal times, had prescribed how Hindus should be treated. And it exactly says that Hindus are like mud. If silver is demanded from them, they must with greatest humility offer gold. If a Muhammadan desires to spit in a Hindu's mouth, the Hindu should open it wide without purpose. God created Hindus to be slaves of the Mohammedans, and the Prophet hath ordained that. If the Hindus do not accept Islam, they should be imprisoned, tortured, and put to death, and their property confiscated. To keep Hindus in abasement is especially a religious duty because they are the most inveterate enemies of the Prophet. In this portrayal, also on the slide, you're seeing Hindu women who are forced to wear garlands made from the bodies of butchered children. And this is the least description that we could go into of the brutalities of the Islamic invasions against Hindu civilization. The Islamic invasions have done more to Hinduism than to many other cultures, and Hinduism has had faced more than 200 million Hindus slaughtered by the Muslim invaders, more than 100,000 temples destroyed, and 1 million deities and sculptures destroyed. In a quotation from Kanhadade Prabhanda from 1456, it was describing that the conquering enemies burnt villages, devastated the land, plundered people's wealth, took Brahmins and children and women of all classes captive, flogged them with thongs of raw hide, carried a moving prison with them, and converted the prisoners into obsequious Turks. But how many of us have actually understood this in our history books? When we were going to school, did you know about this? Did you learn about the right history, the history of Hindus and what we went through during the Islamic invasions and in our history, and how we came to be today in today's society? I know of so many stories of where people have continuously said that they have not heard about the real history, the Hindu Holocaust, how much it is hidden and untold to humanity. If you have had a similar experience of not being told the right Hindu history, go ahead and comment below, and I'd love to see your comments. Let's have a active discussion in the comments and voice out if you have seen and been a witness to some of the atrocities against Hindus that are going on today, and what you see as a solution of how Hindus can stand up and ultimately do what Devi Parashakti is telling and warning us all. So now let's understand the second phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization. Phase number 2, the British occupation. And that was from 1700 to 1947 AD, when the economic and psychological destruction of a Hindu civilization had occurred. Will Durant is one of the people who had commented, who had recorded most about the British occupation of India, and has commented about what atrocities that had happened inside of India, and brought out many of the truths that were until then completely hidden or twisted into made a narrative against Hinduism. So, for example, he said in 1930, I have seen a great people starving to death before my eyes, and I'm convinced that this exhaustion and starvation are due not, as their beneficiaries claim, to overpopulation and superstition, but to the sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history. You're seeing here a photograph of some of the victims of the Bengal famine, which happened not in the 1700s, but in the 1940s. And this was one of the worst kinds of methods to entirely eliminate an entire population and destroy them psychologically. When you are hungry, you are pushed to the limits of what even the human biology can take. And thus literally made a slave to anyone who can put you in that situation. And the British Empire did not just do this kind of thing against the entire Hindu population, but also used all possible means to destroy Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous peoples of India so that they would become slaves in their own homeland. And just a few examples are discriminatory laws to instill feelings of racial inferiority, 2, engineered famines to starve natives into submission. This is what we had just described. 3, annexed Hindu kingdoms to undermine native rule. 4, mistranslated Hindu scriptures to instill anti-Hindu narratives. 5, destroyed indigenous Gurukul education system. 6, destroyed local industry and forced importation of British goods. And 7, banned Indians from owning or producing firearms. And I'm sure some of you and any of the viewers, you might be able to think of a few more ways or examples of these ways of how you saw in your grandparents or in your parents' history, in their lives, how the British had impacted the way that we had lived and literally twisted entire narratives, had destroyed Hinduism entirely. So many criminalizing laws, such as even the Criminal Tribes Act of 1871, had criminalized sadhus and sannyasis and made them subject to arbitrary arrest, torture, and all at the hands of the British. And this is why so many of our Hindu sannyasis and so many people are continuing to face these kinds of subjugation and marginalization in our society today. If you've seen an example of this and if you know about it, don't keep quiet. Do share in the comments if you've ever witnessed with your own eyes one of these coming into play or know of any examples that we're not talking about. Now, the British also had a theory that they were operating out of in order to justify the acts of violence against the entire civilization of Hindus. Using theories of scientific racism and social Darwinism, the British justified their conquest and oppression of dark-skinned people as humanitarian civilizing mission, even though it was a mere cover for racial oppression and economic exploitation. Charles Kingsley, one of the friends of Charles Darwin and the priest of the Church of England, had said, "Do you not see then that by following these studies you are walking in the very path to which England owes their wealth, the glorious work which God seems to have laid on the English race to replenish the earth and subdue it?" And this was known as the British master race theory, and the theory on which they operated, becoming the largest empire in the world at one point, merely out of exploitation of indigenous peoples all over the world, and Hindus being probably subject to the brunt of it. And we are going to see in the next couple of slides some of the examples of how they had, in their overinflated ideas about this master race, had subjugated the entire civilization in several different means. subjugation through different kinds of strategies, different kinds of ways that they literally are able to instill racial hatred and prejudice for hundreds of years into Hindus themselves, into ourselves, without us even knowing it. In fact, James Mill, who had been an intellectual leader of the Veneration of the East India Company civil servants, had said at that time that Hindus are full of dissimulation and falsehood, the universal concoctements of oppression, and the vices of falsehood. Indeed, they carry to a height almost unexampled among the other races of men. As for religion, no people have ever drawn a gross and disgusting picture of the universe than what it is presented in the writings of Hindus. Very few words are required because of their superiority of Mohammedans in respect of religion is beyond all dispute. In truth, the Hindu, like the eunuch, excels in qualities of the slave, like the Mohammedan, is more manly. And in this quotation, you're seeing an example of the British strategy that they had used called divide and rule. The Shashi Tharoor had even said that the British had been horrified during the revolt of 1857 to see Hindus and Muslims fighting alongside each other and under each other's command against the foreign oppressor, who was the British. And the British vowed that this would not happen again. Divide it impera, divide and rule, was an old Roman maxim, and it shall be ours, wrote Lord Elphinstone. A systematic policy of fomenting separate consciousness among the two communities was launched with overt British sponsorship. So what this means is how the British had employed a strategy of divide and rule and wanted this and did this in order to impose their superiority over indigenous kingdoms. And also they not just done this against Hindus and Muslims, but also against Hindus themselves. All of the sampradayas of Hinduism are all a coexistence, are all in one ecosystem, and each one believes in the greatness of all of the sampradayas. And not only that, Swamiji has even revived how each sampradaya is in itself an ecosystem, living all under one roof. But what the British had done was instill a narrative that Hindu sampradayas are against each other, that are opposing each other, and until today, we still somehow believe that and create doubt within ourselves about our Hindu culture. But Hindu sampradayas, the 10,000 sampradayas, it was absolutely possible for all of them to live peacefully under one roof, and had literally been operating as an ecosystem, had been operating as a beautiful system that worked together to produce the greatest enlightened beings. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is an example of that, having been an example of learning the best and imbibing the best of Vedanta, Tantra, Yoga, and all the different sampradayas, and reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma today. However, this narrative that of sampradayas being against each other, that many anti-Hindu narratives try to perpetuate, is something that the British had instilled at this point 200 years ago. Another extremely brutal strategy that the British had used was engineered famines to break the spirit of a people. Winston Churchill, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom in 1943, had said, I hate Indians. They are beastly people with beastly religion. Their famine was their own fault for breeding like rabbits. The truth of the matter was that the harsh British tax and export policies and poor infrastructure management caused multiple famines in India, claiming tens of millions of lives, and most recently in Bengal in 1943, when millions died due to famine. And you're seeing some of the brutal, most horrific pictures here of the streets where people were just lying as skeletons and had starved to death. And this was the way that the British had engineered famines in order to eliminate an entire population. Another way that colonial subjugation had been had been executed was by destroying the local industry to ensure dependence and poverty. Prior to the colonial rule, India was the world's leading textile manufacturer and produced the finest fabrics. The British engaged in systematic campaign to destroy the local handloom industry through harsh taxation and export policies, and forced India to import British-made textiles and banned Indian textiles from being sold in foreign markets. Within a generation, Indian weavers were turned into beggars and their indigenous skills were lost forever. Many of us have heard of the spice route, and this is one of the examples of the greatest way that Hinduism had contributed to the world by giving the richness of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, sharing it worldwide. And this entire trade route was made in order for more merchants, more trade to happen, in order to share the best of India, the best of the Hindu civilization with all other parts of the world. And many people have spoken far and wide, even at this time, even without any kind of transformation, of the greatness and the richness of India. And this was one of the things that the British and as well as other invaders had eyed specifically in order to destroy and in order to bring under their control only and exploit entirely during this time. And we can see here how even today, many of the traditional heirloom and the traditional arts are almost endangered and extinct just due to these policies as well. Yes, I'm seeing a comment here from Meenakshi. This seems to be less now. Swamiji has brought attention to it, but Indians are ashamed of their dark skin and want to become light-skinned. Many still believe that light-skinned people don't tell lies. Actually, it's true. In fact, there is an instilled racism that we have brought from the British time when they had they had instilled so many racial ideas against us people, and I've heard from so many, my parents and so many people, about how from growing up even people would want to be light-skinned just because of the subjugation of the British at this time. And yes, and definitely Swamiji has brought so much of attention, not just to this fact, but as well to the Hindu Holocaust in its entirety. Thank you, Ma Meenakshi, for commenting. And definitely that's a very, very good point, and something that each and every one of us has to bring our attention to and see within ourselves how much we have changed, and we have changed our ideology according to what the British have instilled inside of us, what was instilled inside of us due to racial ideas and prejudice. Another way that the destroying of the local industry had happened was by 1878, when the Indian railway mechanics in Jamalpur in Bengal and Ajmer in Rajputana had become so proficient at maintaining locomotive trains that they had started designing and building their own models at a fraction of the cost of imported British trains. So basically what we're saying here is that the engineers of 1870s had understood and perfected the science behind locomotive trains, behind these engines, that the Western transportation system that the British were trying to impose, and they were starting to make it and profit off of it. The British Parliament responded to this by passing an act in 1912, banning all local manufacture of trains to ensure India's economic dependence on their colonial masters and destroy native technological know-how. This is a quotation from the Era of Darkness and the British Empire in India. And this is a way that the British had ensured economic dependence, something that we ourselves are realizing until today, and something the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also brought light on in the recent satsangs of how Hindus across the world are still economically dependent on Western ideologies and Western technological innovation. Even though we have the know-how, we have the training, we have the capability and potential to be able to make something even more better and highly advanced, even sustainable and great for the environment as well. Now, another way that the colonial subjugation has been executed was through seizure, taxation, and the ruin of Hindu temples. One of the quotations of how the taxation, the ruin of Hindu temples has happened, says that it was a strange but determined piece of policy when throughout the country, the pagoda lands were resumed by the East India Company and the Taztek allowances were granted in their place. Now let us contemplate the result of this plan. From one end of the country to another, the pagodas are ruined, unmaintained. The revenues of the Tripati are on a gradual decline and will decline in the lapse of years of a natural death. Some of the most celebrated temples in the country are worse off, but there are still, alas, many more strongholds of the devil. So this definitely shows us how the temples were literally sucked of their entire revenue and were made to be destroyed, and their destruction inevitable because they had literally taken out the source of funds and fuel for these temples in the ways of even economic funds, and also even the priests who were unpaid, who were exploited, and who were massacred in many situations, and who were targeted for assassination as well as for arbitrary arrest. So in every single way, the Hindu temples were destroyed, from the very hardware, the very infrastructure, and also the way the people, the administration, everything was infiltrated and taken, completely seized by the British Empire. And this had led to the destruction of Hindu temples across India and across the Hindu temples. And another way the colonial subjugation had happened was through the false anti-Hindu narratives. And there's so many to name here, but one of the examples is from the Survey of Indigenous Education in Madras Presidency 1822 to 1826. British rulers perpetuated the narrative that Indians were generally illiterate and education was restricted to high caste Hindus. But their own surveys revealed that every village had at least one school, and Shudras and other low caste children constituted 70 to 84% of the students. In contrast, a century of direct British misrule of India left the population with a dismal 12% literacy rate. And this was even after the entire population was subject to literally leave behind their ancient Sanskrit roots and adopt a foreign language as their own. Yes, and like Meenakshi Ma, who has commented, thank you so much, Ma, again for commenting. You can also present your own experiences, and what you have also learned and you know is a way that this colonial subjugation has happened. Many of us have experienced it, have seen it with our own eyes, especially in perhaps the education system of India today, or even the fact that we don't even know this story. Many of us come to know about the Hindu Holocaust, what happened about Hindus much later, and not from a formal education system, not from our institutional textbook study. But why is that? Why is this story not being told to us? This is the question. So we really need to ask ourselves. One of the other strategies that before leaving India, the British had ensured to do was to create a class of brown British natives. Thomas Macaulay, one of the people who had ensured to subjugate Hindus most in terms of education, in terms of and ensuring that their prejudiced racial ideas are spread throughout the whole country, had once said that we must at present do our best to form a class who may be interpreters between us and the millions whom we govern. A class of persons, Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, in opinions, in morals, and in intellect. To that class we may leave it to refine the vernacular dialects of the country, to enrich these dialects with terms of science borrowed from the Western nomenclature, and to render them by degrees fit vehicles for conveying knowledge to the great mass of the population. So, and in essence, they wanted to create a class, a group of people who would be English in taste, English in attitude, and they would have all of the English clothes and everything, but they would be a part of the they would be from the native population. And why they wanted to do this was in order to make a higher class, in order to subjugate even more, and create even further classes, further separation between the native population, and in an attempt in order to create further conflict within the population, and ultimately continue to impose their prejudice, their racial ideas against Hinduism. Despite their best efforts to adopt the English language, clothing, and mannerisms, the angelicized brown British native clerks of India were often viewed with contempt and ridiculed as Bengali babus by their white masters for their ornate speech, self-importance, and fawning attitude towards any Westerner they met. So even though the British had created this class, it was a method which they had used in order to continue to subjugate and to continue to put an entire civilization down and enslave an entire people, and now psychologically manipulate also, to dress like them, to talk like them as well. And from the Mayo College, the Eton of India, there's a quotation where it says, concerned at the rising awareness of nationalism after the Indian Mutiny of 1857, the British realized that to strengthen their hold in India, being just a handful needed to widen their political and psychological management of India and Indians. Thus, they began to focus on education of native princes and the pursuit of the objective in Macaulay's Minute on Education of 1837. To create a class of people, Indian in blood and color, but English in opinions, in the morals and in intellect, became the cornerstone of their strategy. So in this, they're obviously taking away the pride of Hindus, the kings, the princes of Hindus who are dedicated their lives in order to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and in order to execute the orders, that execute the constitution of the land and the constitution of Dharma, but converting them entirely into slaves and into as a way to ensure that they are continuing their subjugation. Now, the Criminal Tribes Act of 1871 was one of the most powerful ways that they had criminalized and marginalized the ancient sampradayas of Hinduism. The British government passed the Criminal Tribes Act, where various ethnic communities were deemed subversive to colonial authority simply because they did not conform to the idea of civilized living. Targeted populations such as sadhus, sannyasis, tribals and nomads, gypsies and sudras were presumed guilty by birth, murdered, raped, arrested, and had children separated from parents and held in penal colonies or quarantined without conviction or due process. Upon release from British custody, targeted communities were subject to surveillance and given tattoos to stigmatize them and make them easier to target. And another act was the Thuggi and the Dakari Suppression Acts. In an effort to demonize the Hindus and feed the stereotype of the savage Oriental, British authorities and media sensationalized stories of bloodthirsty Thuggi or bandits who would offer human sacrifices to the wicked and fearsome goddess Kali. The image of the Thuggi was promoted worldwide as an example for all that was wrong in India. In addition to denigrating Hindu culture, the narrative of the Thuggi menace was also used to justify colonial rule, suspend civil liberties, and target subversive elements that challenged British hegemony. So in summary, The British occupation had literally looted over $45 trillion and the Hindus dead due to famines and poverty imposed by British policies was 45 million Hindus, and the number of kingdoms usurped by the British Raj was 680. In a quotation from Shashi Tharoor, the MP in Indian Parliament, had said that the British had come to one of the richest countries of the world, but over 200 years of exploitation, looting, and destruction reduced it to a poster child of third world poverty. And that brings us to the third phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization. And that is from 1947 to the present. And even upon the separation of India, the creation of our constitution, which is in place until today, the architects of this constitution, the leaders at this time, were absolutely anti-Hindu, and they were products of the class of brown British natives that the British had created before leaving India. In fact, Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, had said, "What a disgusting savage people we are. Politics, progress, socialism, communism, science, where are they before this black religious savagery? India could never become a Hindu republic." And this showed literally how the making of the country of India was not at all aligned, or not even envisioned, not even destined to become a Hindu Raj. And at that point itself, that idea was not even birthed. And even B.R.M. Ambedkar, India's first law minister and principal architect of the Indian Constitution, who wrote Pakistan or the Partition in India in 1940, had said that if the Hindu Raj does become a fact, it will no doubt be the greatest calamity for this country. No matter what Hindus say, Hinduism is a menace to liberty, equality, and fraternity. It is incompatible with democracy. Hindu Raj must be prevented at all costs. So this anti-Hindu idea, mentality, even in the making of the constitution of this country, had further perpetuated anti-Hindu ideas, mentality, prejudice that permeated the society, the media, the education system, the health institutions, so many different institutions, and had literally infiltrated within the Hindu institutions and culture, and ensured its destruction to the point where Hinduism, even in India, is not even safe. And the modern Indian illegal system, academia, and media all systematically undermines and suppress, delegitimize Hindu institutions and culture. For example, India's constitution established governmental control and taxation over Hindu temples, and Articles 26 to 30 of India's constitution discriminate against Hindus by giving special rights and benefits to non-Hindus. Anti-superstition laws were passed to criminalize Hindu practices again and again and again, and the mainstream Indian academics described Hindus as sexist, racist, backwards, and oppressors, and negative media portrayals of Hindus in Bollywood and TV continued to be perpetuated even until today. And we're seeing that even in our media and Bollywood, in so many anti-Hindu movies and anti-Hindu narratives that are continued to be funded, perhaps even billions of dollars. In fact, media narrative used to stereotype and demoralize Hindus, you can see here in these different posters that you're able to see, how exactly the way that the British had used and stereotyped Hindus in their propaganda, in their cartoons that they used in old newspapers, is the way that they're portraying in modern day movies. Bollywood and other mainstream media outlets consistently portray Hindu gods and gurus as cartoonish, dishonest, and as corrupt fiends. And as we all know, media is a way that human consciousness is literally shaped, and it also is furthering political agendas, the way that the government is ruling us. So racist British colonial stereotypes being portrayed and portraying Hindus as superstitious, backwards, dishonest, corrupt, are continuously perpetuated by the brown British successors in the modern day, and is absolutely unabated until now. So all of this, the destruction of Hindu civilization, phase 1, 2, 3 that we have seen, it all leads us to one question, to how we're seeing Hinduism today. And this is something that we all have to address. Hindus today in every single country are attacked, are raped, are seeing that they do not have the fear to live without, do not have the right to live without fear, or live without the fear of arbitrary arrest, live without fear of being portrayed in the media in a vile and disgusting manner. Hindus are continuously dying in every country that was once a Hindu kingdom. And it is only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who has been standing for a bold and courageous vision of a Hindu civilization, of 56 deshas that once were being revived once again and contributing to the world the solutions of Sanatana Hindu Dharma that we had once lived as a lifestyle. Swamiji had boldly declared to the world during the time of the Mahabharata, we had 56 countries or deshas, 1,700 samsthanas and 10,000 sampradayas. And all 56, we Hindus are persecuted, and now we have lost all 56. The last to fall was Nepal. I am the collective voice of all persecuted Hindus. I will revive and rebuild a Hindu nation and build on Vedagamic principles as a refuge for all practicing and aspiring Hindus, a safe haven for all persecuted Hindus. And this is the revival of the Hindu civilization of Kailasa, for reviving the whole life of the enlightened civilization and all the great things it has to offer to the world, bringing legitimacy to all the offerings Sanatana Hindu Dharma has to share, and sharing it with the whole world is the purpose of Kailasa, the Hindu nation. In the administration of Kailasa, it's a revival of the cosmic constitution. Kailasa is the model nation of how an enlightened civilization should be living and administered. Politics, judiciary, education, economy, everything will be revived. Paramashiva revealed in the Vedagamic, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma scriptures. Everything that Swamiji is doing today is in order to revive this great civilization. Being one of the most persecuted civilizations, Hinduism is on the brink of extinction, such that the next generation may know about Hinduism only through history books, and history books that may not even tell the full story. So what can we do to stand up for Hinduism? What can we do to stand and bring back all that Hinduism has to offer to the world? One of the most powerful statements that Devi Parashakti had made in the revelation that we watched earlier is that in this world, our rights are immense, but our responsibility is also immense. This is a truth for every Hindu, and we all must ask ourselves that question. Today, Hinduism is a political orphan. The preservation and restoration of Hinduism's spiritual and cultural heritage is impossible without a national identity, without a nation. So let's ask ourselves, what is the best thing we can do to save Hinduism? Do you have an idea? Do you know what is the best thing you can do? You can comment now in the comments, and let's start a discussion. Let's start talking about it and voice our opinions, voice our ideas, voice our support for the only Hindu nation. And it's time that we are reclaiming our Hindu identity. We can start by talking about it, by sharing, and by ensuring that we are standing up for our Hindu identity. Each and every one of us Hindus must question, must seriously ask ourselves that if we are happy, healthy, wealthy, rich, successful, respectable, if we have a stable family, if we have the best mental health, it's because of Hinduism. Hinduism is responsible. The Hindu identity is responsible. Hindu scriptures are responsible. It is the Hindu scriptures which gave us the best mental setup, and all the things, the best things that we have is because of our Hindu gurus and the Hindu scriptures. Hindus are the richest and most successful ethnic community in the world. Hindu scriptures, the Hindu lifestyle, and enlightened masters are responsible for this. The Hindu thought currents are responsible for this. And even until today, the greatest technological innovations, as well as the highest, most prestigious Ivy League universities, all have Hindus at the top of their list of academics, as well as the finance, economy, in every single area. Hindus are the most successful and richest in that group. And as well, Hindus are most educated and the most successful and are literally able to show that, demonstrate how they can live a stable and healthy, happy life. And each and every one of us, are we taking that for granted? Are we seeing our success and only focusing on how we can live in our happy, comfortable lives wherever we are? If we are, this is the time that we should stand up. We should understand that we should not take what we have been gifted by our ancestors and by Paramashiva himself for granted. We should not take any of this for granted. And we should understand that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, what Swamiji is doing for Hinduism, is the best thing that is being done for Hinduism, and the only thing that can ensure that Hinduism does not die, does not be diluted further. Not just anti-Hindu elements being in, but being active, but it is the responsible Hindus being inactive that are responsible for the whole destruction of Hinduism. We have to take responsibility now for Hinduism and let all Hindus all over the world reclaim our Hindu identity. As the inheritors of the greatest tradition, with the most solutions for the crises that humanity has at hand, we Hindus must understand our responsibility is to ensure to protect the solutions from our sacred scriptures and to proliferate and ensure that the next generation, as well as so many people all over the world who are suffering, are able to enjoy Sanatana Hindu Dharma and all that it has to offer to the world, including yoga, meditation, the greater sciences of yogic sciences, the greater sciences of healing, of enlightenment. So much Hinduism has to offer to the world. And it is our responsibility to be able to ensure that it is surviving. In fact, every problem that the world is going through right now is something that Hinduism has addressed before. Hinduism has survived through 6 extinctions of the entire humanity and entire life itself on planet Earth. It is Hinduism that has brought it back continuously. Paramashiva himself has brought the civilization and has established the civilization on again and again on these great truths. Therefore, it is our responsibility now to ensure that the great secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma are told to the world to address humanity's greatest problems. According to the WHO, globally, more than 264 million people of all ages suffer from depression. According to the World Drug Report in 2019, 35 million people worldwide suffer from drug use disorders. And again, according to the WHO, close to 800,000 people are dying due to suicide every single year. And that means that every person, the one person every 40 seconds is dying. And worldwide, more than 70 billion land animals are killed for food every year. It is a responsibility of Hindus to revive this enlightened civilization again and again, and give all the gifts of the enlightened civilization to humanity, to give the solutions for each and every one of these problems, whether it is depression, drug addiction, risk of suicide increasing, or whether it is the global warming, everything. Sanatana Hindu Dharma does have a solution. This is an invitation to all Hindus, born Hindus, practicing Hindus, sympathetic Hindus, or if you're curious towards Hinduism, if you're wanting to explore Hinduism, become a part of this revival. Don't continue to stray away your life and while it away in being inactive. Right now, this is the time that we can become active and we can join a part of Kailasa. If you want to, you can become an e-Kailashian of Kailasa today. And you can start involving with your time, treasure, talent in any way possible. Become an e-Kailashian by going to kailasa.org and signing up in the forms provided. You can become an e-Kailashian, get your e-passport, and become a part of this grand revival of Kailasa, the Hindu nation, and the civilizational Hindu nation. Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been the sole foremost leader for the revival of this nation and has successfully made it for the entire humanity, has given it as a gift for each and every one of us. Let us now understand from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself on why Kailasa, the only Hindu nation, is needed for humanity.
Operated this Kailasa, nation without borders. Kailasa, nation without borders. In a way, I can say whole universe is the Kailasa. Kailasa, nation without borders. I've incorporated in multiple countries. Each Kailasa will function in their own countries as per that country's law, within that country's law. Understand? The Kailasa is revived to do contribution, uniting the nations for contribution. Hinduism, Veda Agamas have great things to contribute to the world. Like the great power manifestation science, the ancient culture and arts, the ancient lifestyle truths, the ancient medical practices and medicinal knowledge, the ancient indigenous cultural heritage and jewelry, perfume, dance, music. In every level, Hinduism has so much to contribute. Veda Agamic traditions have so much to contribute. To share all this with the world, to contribute to the world. Hindus need to tell the world what they are contributing in every level. The brand of Hinduism itself is enriching and empowering and enlightening. Hinduism is all about enlightening the world. Empowering, enlightening, enriching the world. Contributing. That is our spiritual life. That is our spiritual strength. That is our spiritual core principle. O humanity, I request you with folded hands, some one corner of the world, if you just give me few hundred acres, I will keep this whole science alive. Leave it for the whole humanity freely. Fortunately, Paramashiva has given me the power to decode all this Hindu medicinal system, Hindu judiciary system, Hindu social law and order system, Hindu power manifestation system, Hindu mental sciences system, Hindu yogic sciences, the sciences of Hindu biology, Hindu physics, Hindu psychology, Hindu physiology, Hindu chemistry, all this Paramashiva has given me the power to decode. Whatever the remaining scriptures are available with the humanity, Paramashiva has blessed me, and I have collected. Not only I have collected and organized, I can decode. This whole science can be kept alive in any one corner of the world. Just few hundred acres are given for me to live peacefully and exist peacefully. I can store this whole thing alive and contribute it to humanity. Humanity can become better and better and better. I can make the planet Earth so much better place to live. I am here to contribute, and I will continue to contribute. As long as I am allowed to live, I will contribute. I have collected all the remaining available scriptures, maybe 2 crore books. 2 crore means 20 million, I think, books on Hindu physics, Hindu chemistry, Hindu biology, Hindu physiology, Hindu psychology, Hindu law and order, Hindu social system, the power manifestation sciences of Hinduism, yogic sciences of Hinduism. I have collected, and Paramashiva has given me the blessings and power to decode. I have decoded and continuing to decode them. If the humanity, somebody is kind enough to give me few hundred acres in one corner of the world and let me live peacefully, I can keep all these scriptures there and go on sharing with the world, revealing this whole sciences to the world, and go on contributing. I don't need anything other than 1 cup of curd rice every day. That's all. A cup of curd rice per day over. I can go on be giving this to the world. I can add to the world. I can make the world better place to live. That's all I have to say. Thousands of medicines are described detail in ancient Siddha and Ayurvedic scriptures. Paramashiva has given me the power to decode them, read them, and properly translate and map them to the modern day human language. And I am ready to work 20 hours a day. I just need few hundred acres where I can sit peacefully and keep this library, run a Gurukul where thousands of people can learn this and share it with the world, understand. I am only interested in contributing. If we can decode all this great knowledge, whole world can prosper from this knowledge. Whole world can enjoy from this knowledge. If I prosper, I will only create a university. I will not create anything else. If the Hindus prosper, they will only create education institutions. Because Hinduism is all about giving, contributing. If I prosper, I'll create university, that's all. Kailasa is all about university to decode the ancient sciences and share with the world. Understand? Every day I am sitting and going on decoding, writing notes on my books and writing details on my books. Whether it is making human beings manifest powers, and I have also now started downloading and decoding the science of making animals manifest powers. Whether making people manifest powers or healing, in every level, life is all about contribution.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities.
Yes, as we heard from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, successfully has revived the Kailasa nation and is continuously showing us how whatever it takes, whatever happens, Swamiji will continuously ensure that this nation is revived. And not for himself, but for the every 2 billion of us Hindus all over the world and the whole humanity itself. For each and every one of us, Swamiji is reviving this nation for us to enjoy the best of Hinduism, for us to enjoy all the greatness that Hinduism has to offer to the world. And we're seeing day in and day out how millions of people across the world are benefiting from the great things that Hinduism has to offer to the world, whether it is the science of rituals, healing, whether it is being able to manifest a breakthrough in your life, and or being able to take time and attend to your consciousness, to be able to manifest Shaktis. All of these are the greatest things that Hinduism has contributed to the world and are being revived for the humanity by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And I once again invite each and every one of you, if you are listening to today's segment on the greatest revelation that Devi Parashakti gave on the Hindu Yonijam and the secret behind the Hindu birth, then each and every one of us Hindus must take our stance now. And the one way you can do that is by becoming an Kailashian. And you can also become a part by offering your time, talent, and treasure. You can offer any kind of donation through the e-Hundi donation. And this is available either through the Gateway payment link or through the YouTube super chat. You can make a donation of any amount that you want, and you can become a part of this revival, stand by this revival. And as we discussed today, Hinduism is a political orphan. There is no Hindu nation in the world other than Kailasa. And this is the first nation for Hindus. So let each and every one of us Hindus become proud to be Hindu and stand by the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We can be able to be a part of this great revival that Swamiji is doing by offering any amount of our travel, time, talent, or treasure. So you can do so by following the steps for the eHundi gateway, or you can donate through the YouTube super chat and become a part of this grand revival, and the revival that humanity is needing right now the most. So now we're going to be entering into the next segment of today's program, and be joined shortly by the next host in order to introduce to each and every one of you the various different offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti as well. Out of your gratitude for Devi Parashakti having shone light on so many of our problems, given the pathway for us to navigate while we are all in the midst of this pralaya, the great deluge. We'll now be moving on into the next segment after a short break.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
Nithyanandam everyone, and welcome back to this segment where we'll be learning more about the various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti to express our love and devotion, our sacred sentiments to Devi Parashakti during the darshan today. And the first offering we have is the traditional offering of the eHundi. Just as we have the hundi in any temple in the Hindu tradition, in India, we have the hundi in any temple when we visit for the darshan of the divine. So also we have the e-hundi where you can make your offering of any amount and in multiple currencies. And Devi is known as one who is fond of true devotion. She is known as Bhakti Priya. This verse from the Lalita Sahasranama describes Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Kamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharada Radhya Sharpani Sharmadaini. In the translation for this verse, it says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fear. If there's any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant the autumn of our lives. When our thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly, and the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi is the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharada Radhya is the one who is worshipped by Devi Sharada, Devi Saraswati herself. Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva, And Linga Purana describes Lord Shiva as Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadaini is Devi who bestows happiness on her devotees. So you can make your offering of gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti through the e-hundi offerings and offer your kanika, your token of love and devotion through the e-hundi, where you can offer any amount and multiple currencies as your gift of love and devotion to Devi Parashakti. You can register for all of the offerings on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sankalpa chanting, the conscious prayer, the conscious resolution to Devi Parashakti. And in the Saundarya Lahari, it is described, let the mantras I chant with the sacrifice in my soul become chanting of your name. Let all my movements become auspicious mudras. Let my travel become perambulations around thee. Let the act of drinking and eating become fire offerings and oblations in the homa or yajna to thee. Let my act of sleeping become salutations to you, and let all actions of pleasure of mine become part of your worship. And when we make our conscious prayer, our conscious resolution to Devi Parashakti, blessings for both asked and unasked, remembered and forgotten wishes are manifested by the grace of Devi Parashakti. So you can register for the offering of the Sankalpa, the conscious prayer to Devi Parashakti, and make this offering today as your token of love and devotion to Devi Parashakti. You can register on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu. This is the offering of the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. And when we make this offering to Devi Parashakti, we are also blessed to manifest and awaken these very same divine qualities of Devi that are inscribed on the coin, that are inscribed with each of the names of Devi Parashakti, the conscious attributes and powers of Devi that are described in each one of the names. So you can make this offering of the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the pure gold coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti in 3 different denominations and any number of coins as you wish to offer. And you can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Mukta Anguti. And in the Devi Suktam, it is described, let the goddess who brings good fortune, who is praised by the gods, who is served by Devendra, who is praised by Devas, who were troubled by the Asuras, who is praised and remembered as devotion to her solves all, who is the source of all good in the world, let that goddess destroy all obstacles. Devi is described as the one who is worshipped and praised even by the Devas and Devendra himself, the one by whom the devotion to her removes all obstacles and solves all our problems. So you can make this offering of the Mukta Anguti as your token of love and devotion to Devi Parashakti, and be showered with the blessings for protection from all dangers and fears. You can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is the gold lotus flower. And the lotus is a divine flower in the Hindu tradition. It is used in the worship of the divine, and various scriptural references describe the significance of the lotus flower. The seat of Paramashiva is the lotus, and Devi, the divine forms are seated on the throne carved with the lotus, the Padma Pita. So you can make this offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, to Devi Parashakti, and be showered with the blessings to attract positive relationships in personal and business dimensions. You can register for this offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Metti, which is the gold touring. In the Saundarya Lahari, this verse describes that Lord Brahma, the creator of yore, selects a dust from your feet and creates he this world. The great Adishesha with his 1,000 heads somehow carries a dust of your feet with effort great, and the great Lord Rudra takes it and powders it nice and uses it as the holy ash. Even by worshipping a tiny grain of dust from the sacred lotus feet of Devi, we are showered with the most auspicious blessings, and you can be showered with the blessings for a life of leadership qualities by offering your love and devotion at the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. She is the one who is worshipped by Brahma, Vishnu, and Rudra themselves. The Swarnametti is the gold touring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. And you can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Mangtika, which is the gold hairline jewelry to adorn the Sahasrara, the crown center of Devi Parashakti, and it represents the overflowing nectar from the Sahasrara. Devi is described as Sudha Sarabhivarshini in the Lalita Sahasranama. It means she who makes the nectar flow from the Sahasrara, which permeates through all our 72,000 nadis and the Agna Chakra and gives us the ultimate experience of the cosmos. And you can make this offering of the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry, as your gift of gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti, and be blessed with an enlightened lifestyle and the grace of Devi Parashakti. So you can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. This is one of the most sacred ritualistic offerings of gratitude to Guru, one of the most cherished offerings. And today, when you register for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, you'll be able to offer it on the day of the Avatara Jayanti, the 28th of December, the day of the birth star celebrations of the Avatar, the day of the advent of the Avatar himself on planet Earth. You can register for this offering to to be offered on this very special occasion of the Avatara Jayanti. And in the Guru Ashtakam, Adi Shankaracharya beautifully sings, Yasho me gatam dikshu dana pratapa jagadvastu sarvam kareyat prasadat manaschena lagnam gurorangri padme tatakim 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 tatakim. And the translation of this verse, it says, my repute has traveled in all directions through my philanthropy and prowess. All the things of this world are in my hands as rewards for my virtues. Yet if one's mind be not centered upon the lotus feet of the Guru, what then, what then, what then? We may have everything in the world. We may have all the best of the best luxuries and all the success, fame, and fortune. But if we are not able to be centered on the feet of the Guru, express our gratitude for the Guru, then of what use is life? It's a beautiful sentiment expressed by Adi Shankaracharya, and a sentiment that every devotee feels when we are able to express our gratitude to Guru. There is nothing as fulfilling as that offering of gratitude. So you can register for this most sacred ritual of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja and be blessed with the opportunity to sit in the presence of Guru, express your gratitude and sacred sentiments to Guru through the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Be blessed with the sweetest path to enlightenment through this sacred ritual. So you can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And today when you register, the next very special occasion when the Pratyaksha Pada Puja will be happening live is the day of the Avatara Jayanti, which is just a few days away, the 28th of December. And we are celebrating the Nithyanandotsava Brahmotsavam, the 21 days of celebrations of the day of the happening of the Avatar. So during this 45th Nithyanandotsava Brahmotsavam and the 45th Jayanti on the 28th of December, we get to celebrate this auspicious occasion with the Pratyaksha Pada Puja to Guru. So you can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering is the Vastra Seva. This is the offering of the sacred cloth. And this is an offering which is traditionally offered along with the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. So when you register for the Vastra Seva, you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja and also an offering of the sacred cloth will be offered to Guru during the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. So you can register for the Vastra Seva and also offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And again, you can register on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can avail of this very special occasion to make this offering on the day of the advent of the Avatar, the day of the happening of the Avatar, the 28th of December, where we are celebrating the Avatara Jayanti. So you can register for the Vastra Seva and make the offering on the Avatara Jayanti. This very traditional sacred offering bestows one with the sweetest path to enlightenment with complete protection. So here we have a summary of the various offerings that we can offer to Devi Parashakti as our expression of love and devotion, our sacred sentiments. And the first is the e-hundi, offerings which can be made in any amount and multiple currencies. Next, we have the Sankalpa chanting, the conscious prayer to Devi Parashakti, which you can register on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. We also have the Devi Sahasranama Swarna Kasu, which is the offering of the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. And you can make this offering in 3 different denominations and any number of coins as you wish to offer. The Mukta Anguti is the offering of the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, and you can make this offering in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa is the gold lotus flower, which can be offered in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Metti is the gold toe ring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. The Swarna Mangtika is the gold hairline jewelry that represents the overflowing nectar from the Sahasrara. And the Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva are the most sacred ritualistic offerings to Guru. And you can register for both of these offerings on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And now let us take a look at the website where we can register for these various offerings. So here we have the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can scroll down to the links for the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan, where you can make your offerings to Devi Parashakti. If you'd like to make an intention to make an offering today and would like to receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti to manifest your intention into reality, you can fill out the form on step 1. And if you'd like to make an offering of ornaments or sevas to Devi Parashakti, you can click on the links on step 2 to make your offerings to Devi. And once you've made your offerings of the ornaments or sevas, you can also fill out the Sankalpa details, the details of your name and the names of family members to be chanted during the offering of the rituals to Devi Parashakti. So you can fill out the details of the Sankalpa on the form on step 3. Now with the e-hundi offerings, you can make this offering in multiple currencies and any amount as you wish to offer. So you can make the offerings in US dollars, Australian dollars, New Zealand dollars, Canadian dollars, euros, Indian rupees, Singaporean dollars, Malaysian ringgit, the Great Britain pound, and the Chinese yen. And you can make this offering in any amount of your choice. If you'd like to make the offerings of the ornaments or sevas, you can register on this link for the ornaments, where you can offer the Sankalpa chanting, the conscious resolution to Devi Parashakti, the Devi Sahasranama Swarna Kasu, the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti, which is available in 3 different denominations. The Mukta Anguti, which is the gold finger ring embedded with pearl. You can make this offering in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower. You can register for this offering in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Metti is the gold toe ring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, and you can register for this offering on the website The Swarna Mangtika is the gold hairline jewelry that represents the overflowing nectar of gratitude from the Sahasrara. And the Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva are the offering of the sacred ritual of gratitude to Guru. So you can register for any of these traditional offerings of ornaments or sevas to Devi Parashakti. And you can register on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And once you've made your traditional offerings, you can also fill out the details of the Sankalpa on the form in step 3. And now, as we are also celebrating the Nithyanandotsava Brahmotsava, the 21 days of celebrations of the day of happening of the avatar, the day of the advent of the avatar, which is on the 28th of December. You can also join us for the various celebrations and the various rituals and sevas happening during the Nithyanandotsava Brahmotsav. You can register for any of these sevas and rituals and participate in the celebrations of the Nithyanandotsava Brahmotsav by registering on this link and finding out more on this link www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And you can also register for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja on the day of the Jayanti. With this, we come to the conclusion of this segment of the offerings, the various sacred offerings of gratitude to Devi Parashakti. And now let's take a look at the registration for offering the Maheshwara Puja, which is conducted every Paurnami and every Amavasya, which is every full moon and new moon. The Kailasas worldwide conduct the Maheshwara Puja. So let's now take a look at the offering of the Maheshwara Puja. So globally, in the Kailasas worldwide, every fortnight, every new moon and full moon, we offer the sacred ritual of Maheshwara Puja, which is the offering of the Bhiksha to the avatar himself for the liberation of the departed souls. Maheshwara Puja is the offering of Bhiksha, the food to the avatar, along with his monastic disciples, sannyasis and brahmacharis in the path of sannyas. In this puja, the sannyasis are treated as Lord Paramashiva himself and are offered the Bhiksha and fed. Tradition says that offering food to the avatar is equal to feeding 10,000 hungry. The best place on planet Earth to give Pinda Tarpana, the food for the departed souls, completion with living and those who left the body, is the stomach of a sannyasi. That is, the Jataragni, the digestive fire, the hunger fire of a sannyasi, is the best fire into which you can offer the Pinda Tarpana. The Soma Shambhu Paddhati, the Shraddha Vidhi, the third shloka, says, Lingino Brahmanadyascha Shraddhiya Shivadikshitaha. The translation of this verse, it says, the sannyasis and brahmanas who have been initiated into the Shivadiksha are eligible to be appointed as the representatives of the Pitrus in the Shraddha. The Shraddha, the ritualistic offering to departed souls, reaches the Pitrus, the departed ancestors, directly. Maheshwara Puja is 1,000 times greater than offering any Shraddha, any Pinda in any river, any water body, any lake, any holy land, any holy place. The reason being, sannyasis intend only to have enlightenment, having renounced all other desires and needs, so serving them with the intention of completion brings about the same effect in the departed soul and helps them attain enlightenment and get merged with the cosmos. The tradition says that one morsel of rice offered and served to an avatar liberates 7 generations up and 7 generations down the heredity of the Maheshwara Puja participant. Those many morsels of rice fed bestows that many kalpas, where each kalpa equals 4.32 billion human years, and each morsel of rice bestows that many kalpas of life in Kailasa in the space of an enlightened master to the participant. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, personally receives the Bhiksha food and food offering using the astronomical chart or a provided photograph of the departed. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism brings completion to not just unfulfilled emotional verbal commitments, but also to anything that you were insensitive to them about, to the departed souls about. So here are a few questions, frequently asked questions about the Maheshwara Puja. It says, can we request for Maheshwara Puja for anyone? Yes, Kailasa will conduct the puja on your behalf for anyone in your family who has either had a natural or unnatural or premature death. And what do we need to offer the Maheshwara Puja? You can upload a photograph of the departed or the astrological birth chart of the departed with the time, date of birth and the place of birth. And you can register for the Maheshwara Puja on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So let us take a look at the website where you can register for the Maheshwara Puja, www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And here we have the links to register for the Maheshwara Puja. If you would like to register, but if you have some questions, if you have an intention, but you have any questions, you can fill out the form on step 1 and we will contact you to help you with registering for the Maheshwara Puja. And if you're ready to register, you can click on the link on step 2 and fill out the details on the website on step 2. And once you've filled out the details for step 2, you can also fill out the details of the Sankalpa, the names of the family members, the departed souls for whom you are offering the Maheshwara Puja. You can fill out the details on step 3 and upload the photographs or the astrological birth charts of the departed on the form on step 4. So here's the link on step 2 to register for the Maheshwara Puja. You can fill out the details of yourself and the names of the family members for whom you would want to make the offering of the Maheshwara Puja, the names of the departed souls for whom you would like to offer the Maheshwara Puja. You can register on this website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and following the steps on this page you can make the offerings. With this, now we come to the conclusion of this segment with the Purna Mantra, and we'll be moving to the Satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.